Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners meeting for Wednesday, August 3rd. The year is flying by. Okay, if you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And our inspirational word for the day comes from Philippians. Give more honor to others than to yourselves. Do not be interested only in your own life, but be interested in the lives of others. Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll, please.
Commissioner Lundy.
Here.
Commissioner Hung.
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Okay, Commissioner Moore has an excused absence this morning. He's under the weather. We hope he gets better. So, I'd like to start our meeting this morning. I had the opportunity to have a conversation with our auditor's office and would like to invite Auditor Craig Snodgrass up to begin our meeting this morning. We in Lorraine County received a stellar, very strong audit from the Auditor of State. I know how hard our auditor works, and I know how hard our department heads work to make sure we dot the I's and cross the T's, because we go under the microscope every year. You got to make sure we do things right. And I know you've been at this for a long time, but this is a very good audit, and that may be an understatement.
I think it really is. And actually, in the 28 years I've been here, I think this is the cleanest, best audit we've had. And I think it's something to be very proud of. I did bring you some light reading here today. It's about a 250-page document. It's the annual comprehensive report, which we're charged to prepare each year, of which then gets audited by the state auditor's office. And as you alluded to, that we had a clean audit. That's what we're looking for. Again, very few comments in the from the state auditor's office. It was just an outstanding report, and I think everyone should be proud of, because it's not just my office working on it. It's all the other departments that have to channel and funnel the information to us to actually produce these things. So I think we can all take pride in, from the commissioner's office, treasurer's office, auditor's office, all the way through county government. The taxpayers can be at ease that we are doing things the right way, and the state auditor has signed off on that. Again, I've been doing this for a long time, and had very few hiccups this year, which was good. And I think people hear a lot of bad, but this is a great news story for us. It really is. So this report is available on the Auditor State's website as well as my website. As well as I also have a very much condensed version, which is the People's Report, that I will share with you as well. And again, both of these documents are submitted also to Chicago, to the Government Finance Officers Association, for their review. And actually, the last few years, we've been recognized with the People's Report for the work done, and actually 27 years in a row for the CAFR. So it's something that we've been doing for a while, and again, it goes a long ways towards, especially when we go out to bond. The bond council look at this, and really that's where there's a great deal of savings to the taxpayers, because we're getting a better rate, and so the less interest we're paying, then we can put that money to services. So there's a lot of benefit also from that standpoint for the taxpayers. But yeah, we should all be very proud of it. And I commend, working with your staff and KC through the budget department, because I know we get a lot of information from them to help put this together. And I did want to say thank you and acknowledge that as well as the other departments that we have to work with.
Yeah, we move a lot of paperwork in government, and a lot of requisitions and bills to be paid.
Yeah, sometimes we are referred to as the Office of No, but there is a point. We all want to do it right at the end of the day, and sometimes this kind of recognizes that fact that I think we're all working towards that goal to get it right, and sometimes things aren't always the way we want it to be. We get more information, and eventually it does get done, and so we can be assured that the state auditor has found nothing in that. He says we're doing things right.
Well, I want to, commend everyone here in county government. They worked extremely hard to make sure that we do things the right way and our financial house is in good order. Thanks to everyone paying attention to the details, which is really important because the auditors are very thorough. They look at everything and they don't miss much of anything either.
Well, that's a lot of the questions we will get. Why do you need this? Why do you have to have this document, this form signed? Why can't we just send it electronically? Things to that effect. We're getting audited. We're getting questioned by the state auditors. So when they come in, here it is. So we're not trying to be difficult at times. We just know what the state's looking for, and they want to make sure we have everything documented. It's the checks and balances of government. And so, like I said, sometimes we can sound a little tough at times, but again, I think this is the proof's in the pudding that it's working.
Yeah, I'll definitely put this county audit up against audits in other counties across the state. And like you said, you've been at this for more than 30 years, and it's the best that you've seen.
And I've talked to other accountants that work throughout the state, and they're like, "Wow, there's nothing. There's just nothing here," and which is good for us. And so I take that definitely as a compliment, and it's nice to have outside eyes and ears saying that and seeing it and recognizing it. So yeah, it's something that I think we should brag a little bit about, and very happy to present this today. Take this home and read it, and if you have any insomnia, you will not have it after this.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Auditor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Craig.
Thank you.
Job well done. At this time, I think we'll move into resolutions.
Okay, number 1, investments.
So move.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
yes.
Number 2, appropriations.
So move.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
yes.
Number 3, transfers.
So move.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
yes.
Number 4, advances, repayments. There were none. Number 5, requisitions.
So move.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
yes.
I am not sure on number 6. Was there anything for travel? I don't remember.
there
I thought we
There
did
was?
the travel,
Okay.
yeah.
Number 6, travel.
So move.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
yes.
Number 7, bills.
So move.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
yes.
Number 8, authorize various personnel actions as indicated on the summary sheet for employees within jurisdiction Lorraine County Board of Commissioners. At the conclusion of today's board meeting, the commissioners may recess in an executive session to discuss personnel, new hires, and board appointments. Number 9, approve and waive the reading of the commissioners' meeting minutes of July 21st and 27th.
So move.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
yes.
Number 10, authorize County of Lorraine, Ohio to approve the issuance of hospital facilities revenue bonds of the County of Allen, Ohio. Authorize other documents in connection with the issuance of such bonds.
So move.
Second,
Discussion.
Yeah, is Julie here today from Bond Council? Hiya, Julie. Would you like to come up and give the public a description on what this board action is about? If you'll give us your full name and your firm.
Of course. My name is Julia Knesny. I'm with the law firm of Dinsmore and Scholl. We are bond counsel for Bon Secours Mercy Health on this transaction. So the County of Allen, Ohio is going to issue these hospital facilities revenue bonds. The proceeds will then be loaned to Bon Secours Mercy Health. The bonds are backed solely by the revenues of the hospital system. No taxpayer dollars will be pledged or used to pay back the bonds. The bonds do not constitute debt or general obligations of the County of Allen, Ohio, and especially not the county here. These will not in any way affect your ability to issue bonds for your own purposes. You'll notice that I'm saying these are all issued by Allen County. That's because we're coming here for your host approval because the money will be spent within your jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. We give you final say. But again, this is for Mercy Health to just improve hospital facilities, primary care offices, some other specialty locations, just various places within Lorraine County.
It's always a wise investment when we're talking healthcare and
Yes.
taking care of people.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Anything further? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Hung.
yes.
Number 11, terminate the contract with South Lorraine County Ambulance District for county self-insured healthcare plan effective December 31st, 2022.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 12, approve a grant in the amount of $10,000 to Pathways in Richmond Center, Lorraine, for food pantry and purchase of equipment supplies adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic to be paid from the Arpa other expenses account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Okay. Yeah, at this time, I would like to amend, this would be items 12.
You can offer an amendment.
Yeah, I'm going to offer an amendment. So I'd like to amend items 12 through, let's
20.
see, 12 through 20, to include the wording, may be subject to audit.
Correct.
Second.
So we're just voting on the amendment.
Well, we already have a motion and a second to approve what we did on number 10, and then you offered up an amendment, so,
The motion is to amend the resolution
Right.
as offered.
It's on the floor.
It's on the floor. So now that,
Yeah, but we motioned first to approve.
right, to approve. So we need to, I think, withdraw, and then you
Yeah,
need to
withdraw the
amend
motion.
first.
The motion on the floor now is, there's a motion to amend that's been seconded. So the motion to amend is up for vote, and then you vote on the motion. That's how it works.
Okay. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
And the motion to amend, yes.
Correct.
Okay. And now we can proceed forward
Yeah,
because we're on the floor.
yes.
Okay, I thought I remembered my procedures. Okay.
Absolutely, you will look it up.
Okay. So what I'd like to discuss at this time is that we have a number of Rescue Act grants that the Board of Commissioners will be providing to the community. You know, we've all experienced some difficult times during the pandemic. And, you know, one of the primary purposes of the funds that were received here was to help the community get through the pandemic. And I think we've all suffered in different ways. And I can tell you that when we went out for requests in the community, we received, I think, an overwhelming response, which might be an understatement in itself. Probably a response rate that was much higher than what we had actually budgeted for. So as a result of that, we've had to make adjustments to what the allocations may be. But however, the assistance is still being provided to the community. So I don't believe that you're probably going to find any grants here that probably exceeded $25,000, even though there were requests for higher amounts. That was done for the purpose of making sure that we could help more groups that were in need in the community, help the community. So some may not be seeing the funding levels maybe that they had hoped for, but the reality is that there's a lot of need in the community, and we want to provide as much assistance as we can, you know, while staying within what we have budgeted for this initiative. So I wanted to explain that at the beginning. The other thing that's also important for everyone to know is that, you know, the government's made very clear, I guess we're part of the government, right? But the higher ups in government have indicated that all this is subject to audit. And so when we provide these grants, we are certainly going to want to see from you receipts, records. So need to keep track of everything and make sure that that's provided to us. And we're providing these grants with the understanding that it may be subject to audit.
You want me to?
Yes, sir.
From the legal perspective, because these are federal dollars, and I see Auditor Snodgrass left before I would drag him into this conversation, the board has to be able to establish to the state and the federal government that the dollars are spent in accordance with the terms of the grant, right? That's what it is. That's why you guys all filled out the applications. That's why the commissioners and the board and their employees determined which grants qualified and which grants didn't. A piece of that, from my perspective, is that you have to be prepared, if requested, to establish that you spent the money that you're granted in the way that you said you were going to spend it. I assume most of you are used to dealing with grant funds and are comfortable with that and know that that's how the game is played when you get into federal dollars and whatever. I want to make sure it's clear that we're not asking for regular reporting on your spendings, particularly at the level of grants we're talking about here. There are times when my recommendation is that when there are extraordinarily large grants for certain things, we ask for regular reporting. These grants are not that, but retain your records. I want to make sure everyone knows that by accepting this money, you're agreeing that the auditor or my office, the prosecutor's office, or the commissioners themselves could come to you and say, hey, I gave you $15,000 to buy X, show me the receipts, right? If there are any questions about that, we can talk about that now, but that's generally the rules that we have to operate under because we're operating under a federal grant. Fair enough? Is that helpful?
Always helpful.
Well, I don't know
There's
if
always a
that's-
legal component.
That's not true, but it's always comprehensive of that.
Right. Yes. So what we will be doing this morning when we award these grants is we were trying to break these down into different groups and bring in so many community groups at a time from the standpoint of you're doing amazing work in the community. We want to give you at least a few minutes, preferably around 2 minutes, to tell us what you're doing and how your money will be spent and invested in the community to help people. So with that said, I know we're on agenda item here, number 12 with pathways. Dr. Norva Ross, if you could come forward and explain about pathways in Richmond Center, and you put in your request and what you plan on doing and how you're helping the community, and just for the sake of time, if everybody can hold it to their 2 minutes, that would be greatly appreciated.
Commissioner Lundy, if I may add, also let the public know how to get a hold of you and your website and your phone
Absolutely.
number, so if anybody else wants to help out or volunteer, they can do that as well.
I think I left my card on the table, but it's certainly an honor to be here. And
If you
so
could pull that microphone a little closer to you, there you go.
certainly an honor to be here and to be able to receive this to help our community. And so a little bit about our pathways is we have a food pantry since 1995. And the purpose of this grant was to help our food pantry, and we have several food pantry programs, such as every Wednesday, there's a drive-through distribution, and maybe we'll have 300 cars come through on every Wednesday. We have senior box programs, special Thanksgiving and Christmas programs for that. We've partnered with Steel Magnolia Restaurant to be able for them to bring their truck there and give them like fruits and salads and soups and things during the wintertime. And then we have hot meal dinner carryouts, and we also deliver. So just for what we have done in 2021, through the pandemic, 58,659 individuals, total of 20,000, almost 21,000 households, and 745 pounds of food distributed. So to date, from January to where we are at the end of June, we served 31,386 individuals, 11,000 households, and 326 pounds of food. So we do this manually, and one of our gifts that we asked for was to have electric pallet jack, which is almost $5,000. But in our exhibit that we do probably 700 boxes a day that we have to, or a week, that we have to carry, pack, and do everything for that. So we are just really blessed to receive funding for that. Now, we work with Second Harvest Food Bank to be able to Pantry to be one of their collaborative partners, Pantries. But when I saw the need for food insecurity, somebody to come along and help, I thought we'd birthed a program that we're going to continue. It's called the Pathways Plate Program. And so we're feeding them, but we're also trying to teach them how to fish too. And so it's a three-part component that has, number one, a physician's interactive speaking every Saturday, once a month. Once a month, Saturday, that's one part. We have culinary classes, cooking classes, at the library. We partner with that, and that's once a month on a Saturday. It's a 10-month interactive program, skills education. Together, our first year, we lost 291 pounds. So we will continue that this year with the funds we have. We also have other programs too, but we directed it towards our food insecurity, as we want to be able to help partner with other agencies to help decrease food insecurity. And so we do, just this year, we have an annual health fair that's going to happen with a back-to-school event, which is going to happen on Saturday. And we look at body, mind, and spirit, because I have licenses in all of those areas, and we're proud to serve. It's the pallet jack, and then we have some supplies, like we have more staff, so we need another computer. You'll help with that. Mobile hotspots and tablets to be able to register people when they come for the different services. And so we've asked for a printer, computer, the electric pallet jack from Crown Lift Trucks, and some assorted things like parkas for when they're out in the rain and things like that. And I hope I've shared enough about our program, but we have cards and I have brochures.
Great.
Right.
I think
And how can people get a hold of you if they want to help?
My number, 440-225-7074. And then the office number is 440-282-1109. And it's Norva, Norva, Ross, ROSS, @gmail.com. And then Pathways Enrichment Center. We're on Facebook. We're on our website, just by going to Pathways Enrichment Center.
great. Thank you very much, Dr. Ross.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? No? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 13, approve a grant in the amount of $25,000 to Oberlin Weekday Community Meals, Oberlin, for food meal distribution adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and will be paid from the Arpa other expenses account.
Okay. So move.
Second?
Discussion.
I have listed here Prue Richards, Financial Secretary.
If you may, Prue is on vacation.
Okay.
I'm the Reverend Andy McQuarrie. May I speak?
Yes, oh, absolutely, Reverend. Just, if you'll speak into the microphone, give us your name again.
Sure. Good morning. I am the Reverend Andy McQuarrie. I am the rector of Christ Episcopal Church in Oberlin and acting chair of the advisory board for Oberlin Weekday Community Meals. We are so grateful for this chance to apply, and I am happy to have a chance to tell you a little bit about the program. Since 1983, Christ Church has hosted community meals in our parish hall, and since the arrival of COVID in 2020, we have grown to become the largest meals program in North Central Ohio, and the only one of its kind in Oberlin, serving more than 80 freshly cooked, nutritious meals 5 days a week, 50 weeks out of the year. In order to meet the demand stoked by the financial hardships and other inconveniences of the pandemic, we hired an additional cook and kitchen manager and increased the staff's hours. The rising costs of food and supplies, which are also driving up the number of people needing help, further strained the deficit budget I inherited when I arrived in December. This grant would all but close that gap, and we are very grateful. There are dozens of Lorraine County citizens who depend on us for their daily evening meal. This includes not only low-income folks struggling to make ends meet, but the disabled, seniors for whom shopping and cooking has become difficult, and college students. Community Meals also brings together a diverse group of dedicated volunteers, building relationships, strengthening the neighborhood, and it is easily one of the most admired and most needed programs in our city. The board is actively at work on an asset-based community development plan to ensure the long-term sustainability of Oberlin Weekday Community Meals, and we would really appreciate any help getting through this transition. You can find Oberlin Weekday Community Meals on Facebook, or you can reach us by phone at 440-775-2501. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Doing good work.
Thank you for
Thank
all
you very
do.
much. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 14, approve a grant in the amount of $25,000 to Beyond the Walls Church area for food pantry services and building improvements adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic to be paid from the Arpa other expenses account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion.
Yes, unfortunately, a representative from Beyond the Walls was unable to attend today, so we'll be moving forward, and we'll have to have them update us at a later date.
Yep, they can come back.
Okay.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 15, approve grant in the amount of $25,000 to Faith Ministries Christian Center, Lorraine, for food pantry, clothing, transportation, necessary fixtures, and maintenance adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic to be paid from the ARPA other expenses account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion.
I would like to call forward a representative of Faith Ministries Christian Center. I have Donna Gilchrist listed as the finance and administrator.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm Donna Gilchrist, and I'm over the finance and assistant administrative assistants. I asked Alicia Burks, who is our facilitator of the church, to also speak. And we also brought Shirley Keith, who's over our pantry.
Sure.
But we have the food pantry that serves a lot of people, about 300 families, and we serve them the second and fourth Friday of every month. We also have a hot meal for them, and we also gave away clothes and shoes before the COVID, and not only do we have a food pantry, but our church also have events for children. We have Vacation Bible School every year before the COVID, and we also have back to school program, not programs, but back to school to give away supplies and book bags. And we have different events, like for Christmas and for Halloween, we call it Hallelujah events for the kids. We do a lot of things around the community. It's not just for our church members. We've also helped Mercy do assessments, for the community. We've done that twice a year. And
with Mercy, we also do like blood pressures for people. We have done women that had blood pressures, pap smears, different things like that, breast exams. We also hold that with Mercy. We also host a lot of funerals at our church as well. So to be able to get back to where we lost out with the pandemic, we would like to, that's why we needed of this grant, because we have had quite a bit of damage to the building. So we're trying to get back to get things back in place. We're trying to add to our pantry. We built we put a wall inside to house just the food itself for the pantry and separate it from the church. So doing those things, it has cost us quite a bit to keep it up. And by us not being open for the pandemic, we have to get rid of a lot of that stuff and allow people to come back in, because we're just using it now for people to, the box the stuff, having people to come out, box it, and we have to set it outside. So we're just trying to keep things going and flowing, because we really want to get back in. We get a lot of calls that we can't really answer because of the pandemic has set us back, and we've lost a lot of members. They're online, but they're not in the building. So we're just trying to get things back in place to make sure that we can reach back out to the community because of what has happened with the pandemic due to the pandemic. Like I said, we do funerals, people host events, we were doing that, but that has not been, we have been not able to get back up to that for the things that we need, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, we thought we would be able to get some things repaired, but we do understand the money is limited to be able to fund other facilities and churches, and, we really appreciate that.
Great. And contact information for
You
folks can learn more?
You can contact us at the 440-288-3622, or you can reach me at 440-670-3387. Once again, Alicia Burke, and we're on Facebook as well. And another thing is, we lost our pastor. She's about 7 months now. So we're trying to, things that we didn't know, we're trying to learn to navigate ourselves to make sure the church is kept up and ran as best as ability that she left us with. So we're still going through all that as well. So we're just wanting to make sure that we keep it, we don't want to just close it and not have it to that area and to the community which we've been trying to reach.
Okay. Well, thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
Great work.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 16, approve a grant in the amount of $25,000 to City Fresh Overland for fresh food boxes adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic to be paid from the Arpa other expenses account.
So move. Second.
Discussion.
Yes, at this time, I'd like to call forward a representative from City Fresh. Are you Anna?
Yes.
Hey, Anna.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. If you introduce yourself.
My name is Anna Kiss-Mauser-Martinez. I'm the Executive Director of City Fresh. We are a local food nonprofit based in Oberlin. We have 15 locations throughout Cuyahoga and Lorraine County. We have 5 pickup spots in Lorraine County, 4 of which are in USDA food desert tracts. The primary feature of our work is a farm box program. So we do what are known as shares. It's sort of a collection of whatever's fresh in season. We offer these in 2 sizes for families, which feed 3 to 5 people, and singles, which feed 1 to 2 people. These are all fresh, locally grown vegetables where we are working to pay farmers fairly. We offer tiered pricing. We accept SNAP. Our farm in Oberlin, George Jones Farm, also is at the Oberlin Farmers Market and assorted other markets where we accept Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. And we also work with the Produce Perks Incentive Program and TANF coupon, fruit and vegetable coupons. So we do a lot of work to try and get fresh local foods into the hands of everyone. For 20 years, we've worked to make a just, vibrant, and equitable local food system. During COVID-19 and its resultant economic challenges, we have faced staffing stressors, increased fuel costs, which I'm sure is very familiar to all of you when you go to the gas station, which is difficult when you're traveling 70 miles back and forth to make sure that we get these foods into people's hands, and additional expenses related to the pandemic. We've also faced increased demand. These funds will help us address staffing issues and additional costs and build capacity to better serve residents of Lorraine County to fight for food sovereignty and environmental resilience. These funds affirm our efforts to combat the intersecting challenges of economic injustice, health disparity, and climate crisis. Protecting our food future, since food serves as the centerpiece of community and culture, as well as necessary for sustaining human life. We like to think that all the world's problems can be solved one vegetable at a time, and we appreciate your efforts in helping us. We can be reached at cityfresh.org or info@cityfresh.org or at 440-707-6606.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Number 17, approve a grant in the amount of $25,000 to Do Great Expectations Ministries, Lorraine, for educational social services adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic to be paid from the Arpa other expense account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
I see Pastor Jeffries is here.
Yeah, I'm standing in
For Tommy?
Tommy Harris, who
Right.
is the program director. He's
Well, I think he sent a really strong representative, so.
Thank you.
So we submitted a proposal for the Great Expectations Music Project. This is a music program that provides free music instruction, currently in piano, drums, and vocal. Our focus group was at-risk children between the ages of 8 and 18 years of age. The program was birthed out of some children in the community. For those who don't know where we're located right in the midst of the LMHA housing project, wanting to learn piano. And so we approached a Oberlin Conservatory student, and he agreed to come and teach piano to these children, and the program kind of grew from there. We did some research and discovered that there is a correlation between improved academic performance and music instruction. And so we began to gear the program in that direction. We developed relationships with the schools that our students attend, tracking their academic performance, and then gear in on where they have weaknesses. One of our goals is 70% of our children who participate in this program will show academic improvement in at least one subject area, So at this point, as it relates to COVID, Channel 5 came out and did an interview with some of our students, and several of the drum students talked about how drumming helped them to release stress. And we know that mental health with our children has become a major concern as it relates to dealing with the pandemic. And we've looked at music being so therapeutic when it comes to not just children, but also with adults. And we're looking at not only improving the services we currently provide, but we wanted to add some additional instructors into the program, looking at violin and trumpet. What was my other point I wanted to make? The other point I wanted to make is that we've also, this program year, we added a life skills component to the children because we could see the anxiety levels in the kids. And so we've added this life skill component, working on mindfulness with the kids, also working with decision making, how to handle stress, and how to make good choices. That has been just a wonderful addition to the program. Right now we have 20 students in this program. We have 10 to 15 students on the waiting list. The program was housed within the church. The number of students that we are now seeing, and as we go into this new program year, we need to look at moving it out of our small church in that community and housing it in a different facility. And we've had some conversations with Harrison Cultural Community Center to look at partnering with them as they receive some funding to renovate the third floor of their space. And we would be looking at possibly occupying that space so that we can serve more kids. To reach us, you can reach us at expect.org, or we're also on Facebook as well, and the phone number is 440-989-9100. And with these funds, we're going to be able to take those kids off the waiting list and put them into the program, and then also serve more children. So we thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you. Had a chance to attend one of your events, and the students were amazing. And you can see how it's changing the students too.
Yeah.
You know, can you imagine first having to get up in front of a room, which most folks don't like to do, and then on top of it all, actually, demonstrate the new musical skills that you're learning. I just thought it was a great evening, and you could see how the students, it's really having a positive impact on their lives.
We thank you, and we thank you for your support very much.
Okay.
And thank you for staying for the whole thing.
Yeah. As long as you didn't ask me to sing or play any music, we were good.
That's an honest comment right there. Seriously, that one kid, I'm gonna do that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 18, approve a grant in the amount of $15,000 to Second Baptist Church Adopt a School Initiative Elyria for equipment, school supplies, educational classes, clothing, food for the children adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic to be paid from the Arpa other expenses account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
At this time, I'd like to call forward Pastor Small, explain a little bit about the program. Over the weekend, Pastor Small and his church celebrated a big church anniversary and had a big turnout at South Park, and very nice event, Pastor.
I'd like to say good morning to the commissioners and to staff. I am the Reverend Dr. Carl Perry Small, the chief bottle washer, janitor, holders of the key for the Second Baptist Church at 427 Chapman Lane, Elyria, Ohio. I've been there for 26 years, and we're just appreciative to be able to have relationships with all of our leaders, city as well as county leaders. Just to let you know that to get in contact with us through the Second Baptist Church Adopt a School Initiative, it is under different and separate umbrella than the Second Baptist Church. Each one of them has their own 501c3. I must be specific in that. And so the Second Baptist Church Adopt a School Initiative is a dream of Dr. Tony Evans from Dallas, Texas, that each church will adopt a school in their community. And Second Baptist, over 20 years ago, adopted 3 schools in our community to add and help and assist in various ways with after-school programs, with feeding, with snacks, with various other educational things, such as having a hub, an internet hub, where it's wireless or hardline, and then also having a place for GED. And so we have entered into a relationship with the Lorraine County Community College under the former Dr. Church, who was that leader. Now they have a new leader. And then we also have a relationship with the Lorraine County CDC Health Department, partnering with them. And I think we meet once or twice every 2 weeks about the variances that are going on. And so we're meeting with them so that included us having to have a Zumba class for all ages, and then also having a place for our senior citizens to come and be able to learn how to access the internet, how to use a laptop, just a place to be able to, not a daycare for adults, but a place where they can come and share. And so we have quilting going on, we have crocheting going on, we have, as of you notice, and I was waiting for you to get out there Saturday with Miss Perkins' mom, but you wouldn't two-step out there with us. So part of the exercise, but I was hoping you would. That's why I asked you I was the son. And so with that, we've been able to, with Adopt a School, to help with GED, helping young men and women get back that dropped out of school and get their GED, because this commissioners has placed me at the private jail as one of your representatives, and we were helpful to get some programs started out there. At the private jail, and so we're thankful to those programs. So this is just a continuance of that. So as you notice on Saturday, we gave away close to 200 bags full of educational equipment, packed, over 200. We ran out. And so we're building up for the next initiative. And I really must say thank you to the commissioners for those that supported the popcorn pop-up. And I really appreciate that. With that, those funds are used for the internet. We're using these funds that we're receiving from you, and I think I'm the low man on the totem pole, but I thank God for just falling amongst the stars. And we're thankful because on Saturday with Jeff Curry, Jeff Curry and the Old Guys Car Show, that we had that free event. And then Steve Geddes and Lorraine County Ambassadors, which was a 3-on-3 basketball, trying to enhance the young men and women out there. And then with the LCC, which I already talked about, and then to be able to feed over 760 people, no charge, free hot dogs, free hamburgers, free chips, free cookies, free water, free soda. We ran out of food. And so we're endeavoring to hopefully do that again. And so with these funds, we will be able to have the internet. We'll be able to pay the rent, which we owe the church for that. And so we're thankful for just being able to do this. So again, to get in contact with us, you can go on the Second Baptist Church website and go to 440-323-1510 and or small 1510@windstream.net, and just put in on the subject matter, Adopt a School Initiative, and we will help you with Zumba. We will help you get your shots together, because we will direct you to, if you haven't been double boosted, we will help you to get to the CDC on Wednesday and Friday. So we are very instrumental in making sure that we minister to the whole person. And so, is there any questions? I tried to keep it to a Baptist 2 minutes.
There you go. No, that's very good, Pastor. Thank you for all that you do in the community. Definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 19, approve a grant amount of $25,000 to Church on the North Coast, Lorraine. Church on the North Coast, Lorraine, Ohio, for Pantry, wait a minute. Let's start over again. Number 19, approve a grant in the amount of $25,000 to Church on the North Coast, Lorraine, for community outreach and food pantry adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, to be paid from the Arpa Other Expenses account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Do we have a representative here from Church on the North Coast? I had, oh, hey. Please give us your full name, introduce yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is picking up?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're so tall.
I was
don't
going to
think we'll
say,
get the
I was
mic up
like,
to you there.
all good? Okay. My name is Jeremiah Burris. I am the youth and young adult pastor at Church on the North Coast, as well as the co-director for our Joshua Kids Lorraine program. And today I'll just be giving a brief description of what it is that we do and what it is these funds obviously will be going towards. So Joshua Kids Lorraine has been a program for the past 30 years that has serviced the children of Lorraine, and through a monthly empowerment program, through coats, through school supplies, through Christmas gifts, and through a monthly empowerment gathering that we do where we bring in the kids to this day and have done for the past 30 years. Where we bring them in, we teach them character building, we teach them nonviolence, we teach them conflict resolution. Even moving out into this pandemic, we've also made a heavy focus on nutrition and health training and things of that nature. And then one of the greatest things that we've done for the past 30 years and have continued to do through the pandemic is be able to host a week-long overnight camp where we take 100 kids in our program, where they are just poured into and taught about their identity and taught about, the things that they can be, and not based upon where they come from, but based upon what they have been called to be. And this program has yielded great success. We've had kids come from very, very bad situations where they've moved every single month for the entirety of their life that we've known them, and they've gone on to become multiple homeowners. And we've had kids come from situations where their parents were on drugs or in a violent home that have gone on to become doctors and entrepreneurs. And so to be able to continue this for 30 years has been one of just the greatest things that I've personally seen in my life. I'm 27 and grew up as a camper at this kids camp and going to these monthly programs, and for the past 12 years have served as a counselor and now co-director. And so to be able to see, even from when I was 15, the kids that are now getting older, and seeing from where they come from to what they've achieved and going to college and starting their own businesses, it's personally been one of the most fulfilling things in my entire life. And, you know, with the unprecedented times that we've all seen, it's been hard to continue this work because obviously it's been a hard time on people, and financially getting contributions to continue this work to be able to respond to the needs of the kids in this program has not been easy, but we're still doing it. When a lot of organizations, a lot of groups closed during that time and continue to not be able to service it, we're making that commitment to still do it. And obviously with the times that we're in right now, there's been an overwhelming amount of requests for food, for beds, for basic necessities that these kids and these families need. And so that's what our program is all about, and that's what we're going to continue to do, and I'm honored to be a part of it. For more information, you can visit joshuakids.org to check out all that we do and come to one of our monthly programs and get involved.
Yep. Great.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you for mentoring and reaching out to the youth, and those are a lot of success stories in there. Thank you.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 20, approve a grant in the amount of $25,000 to Episcopal Church of the Redeemer Solidarity Urban Farms, Lorraine, for urban farm and community meals adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic to be paid from the Arpa other expenses account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion.
Yes, do we have a representative here from
We
Episcopal
do.
Church? And is it Reverend Barton?
That's right. Well, actually, my dad's also an Episcopal priest, so I go by Reverend Alex.
Reverend Alex.
My dad is Reverend Barton.
Oh, okay. I got you. I know how that seniority thing works, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yes, I'm Reverend Alex Barton. I'm at the Episcopal Church of the Redeemer. We have a meals program where we serve over 15,000 meals in the city of Lorraine. And during the pandemic, we wanted to make those meals even healthier than they were. So what we decided to do was to start an urban farm. We started with one vacant lot near the parish. We now have 4 under production, and we've recently purchased 4 more. We have a full-time farmer and 5 part-time staff, all of whom, except for one, were formerly unemployed residents of this county. So we believe not only that we provide healthy food and a space for good work, we are also trying to create a healthy environment in our beloved city of Lorraine. So we're very thankful for the support that we get from you all and from everybody in the city of Lorraine. And you can reach us at solidarityurbanfarms@gmail.com or Solidarity Urban Farms on Facebook. And because we're hip, Solidarity Urban Farms on Instagram. So
Because you're hip, okay.
that's right. Thank you.
Make those kitschy little catchy Instagram videos.
Well, we're still a little classy too, so it's less videos. It's less videos and more really beautiful photos. We also now have swag for sale if you want to get that as well. And then, well, I can't remember the other thing I was going to say. That's all.
Okay. Hip and classy in the same sentence there.
That's
you go.
right.
Okay,
It's an
cool.
Episcopal thing.
And swag. And swag.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Alex. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
And just in closing, just want to thank all of you for what you're doing in the community. So many good stories, so many success stories. A lot of folks out there need help, and you folks are definitely stepping up to help them. We are our brother's keeper, and you're doing an amazing job at it. So thank you so much. Our Community Development Department will be in touch with you for a little bit more paperwork, right, before the checks can be cut. So we'll be in touch with you. Be patient, and we'll walk you through that part of the paperwork process. But thank you for all that you're doing. I think at this time, if you wish to leave, because I know you've got lots of things going on, you're more than welcome to do so. We're just going to stand at ease, and then we'll return here in a few minutes.
Take a 5-minute recess.
5-minute recess, yes.
Christy, we're going to take a recess for 5 minutes.
And we have returned after just a brief recess. Madam Clerk, we'll pick it up at item number 21.
Under 911, advertise an RFP for the procurement of access to the Association of Public Safety Communications Officials International Project 25, Phase 2 Radio Communication Systems Support Mission Critical Public Safety Communications within Lorraine County. Notice being the Chronicle on August 5th and 12th and open at 1 p.m. on September 20th.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Under the Sheriff, 22, approve and enter in consulting service agreement CGL Companies LLC, Miami, Florida, to provide assessment services for the county jail in the amount of $80,880 plus expenses not to exceed $8,350 to be paid from the Capital Improvements Professional Services account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion.
Yes, you know, we as a county have been looking at our county jail and serious concerns that we have that need to be addressed over there. Part of this process is to make sure that we bring in a company that can provide an overall assessment so that we can actually make a determination on what we can and can't do and the associated costs that go with that. So there was a group that was put together to take a look at this. I'm going to call folks up so you can give us an overview and explain the process. We have our Deputy Administrator, Karen Perkins, Sherry Klauser, and our Administrator, J.R. White. Good morning to all three of you.
Good morning, Commissioners. So I guess I'll be the spokesperson for the group, and then you guys can just chime in as you want to.
Just get the mic close to you there. There you go. Okay. There you go.
So the way this process works, whenever we seek professional services, we generally put together a review committee. And the committee for this particular project, we had Andy Lobenthal, the project specialist for the Lorraine County Sheriff's Office, Sherry Klauser, our court administrator for the Court of Common Pleas, our county administrator, J.R. White, and Dan Gross, the facilities director, and myself. So the process is rather tedious. So we received 4 proposals from 4 separate firms. Each member of the review committee gets an evaluation form, and they rank those firms based on their qualifications to do the job that we've outlined for them. We then took all those evaluation forms back, tallied them up, and we had a score for each firm. From the 4 firms that we reviewed, we selected 3 for interviews. 3 firms interviewed. Then each committee member went back, especially Sherry, and reviewed and talked to a lot of the references that were on the proposals to make sure that we vetted these companies as best we could before we made a final recommendation. This process was based on qualifications and not on price. The firms did submit a cost proposal, but that was submitted in a separate sealed envelope that we did not open until after we went through the qualifications process. The team met at the end of the road, so to say, and listened to Sherry's good advice from working in the prison and working at the courts, and all of her hard work of being able to contact people that she actually had worked with in the past to get some good legitimate references and find out which firm, at least we felt, would be best for Lorraine County and make that recommendation to the board today.
Okay. Sherry, JR, like to add some comments?
Any additional?
Yeah, just real quick, I just want to thank all the committee members. It was a lot of hard work that was put in. People were very diligent about it. When we met, you can tell that people had been working, in between the meetings, discussing and whatnot. So I feel very confident in the recommendation we're putting forward to you today.
I was going to say, all of you have a lot of reading to do every day, and just in your normal capacity, and those weren't exactly small presentation pamphlets, were they?
That's right.
Or not pamphlets, booklets, I
Books,
guess.
right. It's like what Mr. Snodgrass gave you.
Yeah, one of those CAFR reports.
Slightly more boring.
Sherry, did you want to talk about your role in checking in everybody? And
Well, I was very honored to be included on the team that met, so thank you all for including me with it. I would just say Andy also called. Andy Laubenthal also made contact with several of the jails that had used the different firms. And it was, I think we unanimously agreed on the firm that was selected. And everyone that we reached out to for that firm had very positive things to say about CGL, which was the firm that we ended up going with. So hopefully everything will go great with it.
And then, can you talk a little bit about the process moving forward, when we expect to see something back or hear something back?
Well, the process going forward is also going to be a rather long, lengthy one. The first step we have to do is basically get together another group or committee of judges from the municipalities, the courts, court administrator, some facilities folks, and then they will work with this company that you're going to enter into a contract with in order to gather information about our existing jail. And I can give you some of the deliverables because I actually remembered to write those down, I hope. Do you have it? Let's see. Here we go. So by the time we're done with this process, the deliverables we're expecting to receive from CGL are to identify current and future jail size, analyze the jail population, perform study to control jail population, forecast capacity requirements, evaluation of potential uses, expansion of the current jail building, site evaluation, and an estimation of jail development costs. So, of course, that process is going to start with the selection of a research review committee that's going to work closely with the CGL in order to gather the data that they're going to need to put these reports out. There will be update meetings with the commissioners and also involving the public in this process. So by the time we get to the actual end final report, they should have reached out to not just jail folks, court folks, government elected officials, the public, and even the users of the jail. So we should have a pretty good rounded report by the time we're done.
Okay. Very good. Thank you for all of your work. And there's a lot of things to look at. We always educate the public about about 25% of the inmates are being detoxed at our jail. We probably have the largest detox facility in the county. Unfortunately, that's what's leading to a lot of the crimes in the county is the drug issue. And then mental health concerns. Probably almost half of the inmates have mental health issues that need to be addressed. And if you have a mental health issue, you may have an addiction issue. You have an addiction issue, more than likely there's a mental health issue. So those need to be addressed.
Right.
We know that the courts are constantly being informed by the legislature, changing things all the time. There's a lot of community-based corrections, that have also taken place, which changes the dynamics a little bit. So this is not an easy process. We're trying to look almost into the future and project on where things are going to be and what we need to do to meet those needs.
Just really quickly, Commissioner, to address what you were just saying about the addiction and mental health, I felt very comfortable. I'm sure that my colleagues would agree that that is a major emphasis for this company that we've chosen, where they recognize that as being a need that's out there, this component. So I expect there to be a pretty robust finding as far as what we need as it relates to that.
Okay. And any way we look at this is going to be an expensive investment, but the difficult thing is you don't know what you're looking at or how to make the numbers work until you have the numbers, until you have some sizing issues to process and think through. But the need is certainly there. And we just want to make sure when we do it the right way, efficiently and effectively.
For now and for a long time to come.
Right, absolutely. Well, thank you for all of your time and late night reading to get through everything.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Okay, at this time we'll move into public comment. Michael DiCarlo. Mr. DiCarlo, welcome back.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael DiCarlo, 320 Alberta, Vermilion, Ohio. That was a pretty good meeting here. We took us, a little time to distribute $200,000 to some faith-based organizations who can be effective in delivering food to folks so they ain't going to go hungry, and there's really nothing wrong with that, right? Just trying to convey an idea that it's not angry, nothing here, right? But just trying to convey an idea to you. We, as Americans, believe we have natural, God-given rights, okay? Those who administer over us believe we have privileges, which runs counterintuitive to being an American. At the same time, when we're doing the 911 thing here where it says international project, let's think of it this way. If we, as Americans, believe we have natural God-given rights, but around the world, folks are considered subjects under the king, under the throne, in a way, as Americans, under those who administer over us, overseers, they believe that we have privileges that they provide to us. American policing is very different than the rest of the world. From the maritime environment, I can tell you that it's really a lot about counting beans, trying to figure out how you put things together, how you can remove one so that the critical requirements don't arrive to create the bad part. What I'm trying to convey to you in the big picture here, when we involve the international system into our American system, our police officers that serve, protect, and serve our community, we're permitting them and urging them, pushing them to become Interpol agents. And living on the border like we do, there should be a concern for all of us. I mean, they really want to do the best they can for all of us. I really believe that. I don't believe anybody goes to work to do a bad job. But we're giving them, when we provide them so many tools and respect or expect such a return on the investment, we're internationalizing our country, and our country was formed by folks who fled tyranny, either religious or governmental persecution. We're importing folks into our county from Ukraine, same thing. But I would just urge caution, really urge caution, because the means to the end when it comes to government work is to show you what I got. And when you give these folks all these tools, they'll show you what they got. Sometimes, and it's not our folks, right? I'm not saying it's our folks, but sometimes when you're involved in that in such a way, you create conditions for those things to succeed, just based upon my personal experience in 25 years working for the federal government in the military and as a contractor. And that's the concern that I bring to you. And you can take it one way or the other and do with it what you want, but just remember, we're all Americans here, right? Have a great week. Let's go fishing, catch some fish, and enjoy this wonderful environment we live in. Have a great week.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. DiCarlo. I think that was the only public comment participant that we had, so we're going to move into reports now. County Administrator White, no report. Okay. Assistant County Prosecutor, Mr. Petticourt.
I don't have a report today, Commissioner. I do have, in addition to the personal matters as described by the clerk earlier today, potential purchase or sale, a public contracting issue to discuss with the board perhaps, and one piece of potential litigation, and I can update the board on one piece of current litigation if the board decides to go into executive session.
Okay, great. Always something. Okay. Commissioner reports. Commissioner Hung?
Well, I just wanted to thank everybody for coming out today for the awards on the grants. It's been very interesting and very educational looking over these applications, and I also wanted to thank our administrative assistant staff, all three of them. Matt Spears, Amy Marcel, and Don Walther. We could not do this without you guys. So thanks again for all the help, and we're moving along and getting them done and reviewed as quickly as possible. I know out there, for those of you who are waiting for the review process, it seems like it's taking forever, but we are diligently working on these. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you,
That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. We just can't perform this job without our administrative assistants and our support team. Community development put a lot of time into gathering the paperwork, making the calls, reviewing everything. And I know our administrative assistants, then also go through everything again and getting the phone calls out. And but as you could tell today, there's just so many good things going on in this county and so many great groups that are helping people. And if you're able to put bread on your table, if you're able to put clothes on your back, be thankful, because a lot of folks struggle with that each and every day. And that's why these groups are in the community, to help lift them up and get them through this challenging time. Want to congratulate all the recipients of the 4-H scholarships. They received their 4-H scholarships on last night. It was last night at the Lorraine County Fairgrounds. And it was a great event. It's overwhelming, the support that 4-H receives from the community. A lot of individuals established scholarships for these students, and they don't just show up and get a scholarship. They're actually asked to write papers, all kinds of interesting and challenging questions that they must respond to when they make their application. And some of the students, I think, walked out of there the other night with maybe 4 or 5 envelopes that had some scholarship checks in them. But they applied for the numerous scholarships, wrote their papers, were judged, and ended up receiving the scholarships. But, when I look at the youth at that event, I can tell you that the future is bright, and we've got a lot of talented young adults in this county that are going to do well in the county, and we know that the future is very bright. So congratulations to all of them. And that completes my report. Do we have a clerk's report?
I do not.
You do not. How about board correspondence?
Okay, Mr. President, I'll move to waive the reading of the board correspondence.
And I'll second that.
Discussion. Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye. At this time, I'll move that the board go into executive session for the reasons outlined by the Assistant County Prosecutor.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
And we have returned. I'll make the motion to approve the personnel summary sheet.
Second,
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
yes.
Any other business come before the board? Seeing none, we are adjourned.